Morning. Good morning. Here we are at close to home. Mosport / Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, that beautiful historic name for what is a wonderful track that is actually about, well, if you took traffic out of the equation, it'd take about an hour to get there, but it's about 2 hours drive from where I'm sitting right now, so it is literally the closest circuit to where I live, apart from the Indy track, the Toronto Indy track, which isn't being used anymore. So that's literally, I walk past turn 1 every morning, most mornings when I'm out getting some exercise. So yeah, anyway, enough of the geography lessons. 90 laps of tyre saving today, basically. I absolutely love this track. It's one of my favourites. It's got I love tracks that have a flow to them. Let's just make sure everything's working here. Yeah, so really do love tracks with a flow. So yeah, but I do. I've been struggling with this car all season and yeah, haven't really enjoyed it that much. So it's not that competitive, unfortunately, particularly when you have to load it up with 120 litres of fuel to get through a race. And in many cases, in this case, I could actually reduce that number down to 200, but the car, the handling of this car is so different from high fuel to low fuel that I find it basically impossible to set the car. You have to compromise your setup for one of those extremes. So, and in this case, my setup's generally biased towards being better on higher fuel. So I'm just about to test running with a full tank. See how much slower that is than the kind of 26.5 marker that myself and I see Reese is in the ballpark. So I'm going to try and do a race pace around that mark. So I'm hoping I can still do. I think I can still do 126s with getting my in-ear volume set here. Yeah, I think hopefully I can do 26s with a full fuel load, and that'll save me a bit of angst trying to rescue a flighty low fuel car with worn tyres. So felt all right. So 26.7, 26.8. That's not too bad. So I think I will. I was gonna run lower fuel. Gonna definitely stick with maximum. Yeah. And that'll make it a little bit easier to drive at the end of the race. Because I'll still have 20 or 30 litres left in the tank. But yeah, once all these Ferrari guys and other drivers get here, I'm guessing we're going to have a pretty small grid. There's been a lot of dropouts of this series, and I can understand why, because these are probably the most unforgiving cars I've driven. In R Factor 2 anyway. I drive a more unforgiving car in LMU last weekend, but that's a different story. But yeah, myself and Reese, we're in the BRM. We're going to be pretty slow compared to everyone else today. So manage the tyres and hopefully can scrape some points. There's only 12 or so drivers, then I'll be pretty disappointed if I don't score a point today. So yeah, there'll be a lot of tyre preservation, I think. It's very easy to abuse the tyres here. So yeah. So yeah, we've got an hour of practice here. I actually was a bit confused about the start time today because this is our last day of daylight saving. So everything is kind of on an hour later than I thought here. Yeah. We've got half an hour of quali, and then we're into the race. So yeah, it's a pretty solid day at the office. I might just get out there and some more laps, get more high fuel load. As evidence of how slow we are in the BRM, Nico's behind me and he'll probably catch and pass me quite quickly here. Watch him just overtake me here. This thing, so fucking heavy. Ridiculous. Slow through here, Nico. Oh, that's one way to do it. That's not the way to do the exit of turn 1. Anyway. Might be a short afternoon. So yeah, there you go. Like I'd 3 seconds a lap slower than the Honda. He might be on a lower fuel load, but yeah, I'm about so far off the pace here, it's not funny. Anyway, this is the second last round. I'm not sure whether I'll do the last round, which is at Riverside. I'm not really a fan of Riverside at all. Just check everything. So yeah, there's a couple of big endurance events coming up in LMU, which I think I'll probably focus on rather than banging my head against the wall at a track I don't like, which is Riverside. So this may well be my last drive in this car. At least Reese is here, so he and I have kind of, I think, demonstrated that we're very similar on pace. So yeah, hopefully have a bit of a run around with Reese, which is always good fun. Thanks, Martin. Thanks for popping in, mate. I hope it's a good one for you too. I think you meant I feel for you, and I really appreciate that empathy, mate. So thank you. I think it's going to be a pretty long day at the office for myself and Reese. But hopefully we both have... yeah, you'll be fine, mate. Once you get used to it. I find taking tighter turn-ins and entries into most of the corners, you can get away. You can do, well, I can anyway. That's how I tend to get around here a bit faster, is to take some narrower lines than what I thought I would. But good luck, mate. Hopefully I'll see you at the end. Don't worry, mate. I got you back with the translation. But yeah, mate, I hope you have a good one, mate. Finish on the podium, mate. Yeah, this is a tyre killer, this one. See you, mate. Good luck. Thanks for popping in, as always, mate. Absolutely, absolute champion of a guy, Martin. I'm all going well with my travel next year, because I haven't travelled for about 6 years, and in between I've had a life-threatening illness involving blood clots, so flying long distances in that context has been either off the table or not really a risk I've wanted to take for a while. But if everything goes well with that, we're to go back to Australia next year. I might try and get over to Sim Racing Expo in Germany later in the year, and meet a few of the guys. And yeah, Martin's top of the list for that, so they had GP laps there this year. Next year they could have Mr. Andrews there. They just won't. Just getting quality international guests every year. From the realm of the known and the completely unknown. Honestly, I do wonder how long a tyre stop is. It may actually be shifting up there for idiot. Might do a tyre stop actually and see how long it takes, because honestly it might be worth it here. Never get to the screen, set it up. There it is. No fuel. No fuel. Button mapping's changed. And R factor 2. For some reason my increment buttons, increment up and down buttons are the way around. I think I'll be pretty quiet during this race because does take a long bit of concentration. Minute 20, minute and a half. Yeah, what's that, 90 seconds. So you need to drive a second a lap faster over the journey. Honestly. Yeah, honestly, maybe the other thing I want to test here is fuel done currently. Let's take a out. Let's take out. Say half. Force feedback. Yeah, the other aspect of today is actually the game behaving itself, because since I've been forced to move to Windows 11, the game hasn't been running, hasn't been very stable. Thanks, Smith. Hope you're doing well. I'll need all the luck I can get here. There's, yeah, running the fat chunk around the back of the field. I'm just actually exploring the prospect of pitting right now. So I'm about to jump into the pits. It's a bit far. Oh, you bastard. Oh, no, it doesn't do it concurrently. Okay, that's a shame. That's, so there's no, I can't do a, oh yeah, I think we might be lucky to get 10. If it's only practice, so I think we'll get maybe another 5 or 6 people. Hopefully, I'm basing that on the practice times. But hello. Sorry, I'm not sure. Nico, is that you? Changed your, if is that you? Changed your YouTube handle? Yeah, yeah, it must be you. Hello, mate. Thanks for popping in. It is you, Nico. Assuming. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking I gotta say, changing tyres might actually just be faster here because it's about 90 seconds and yeah, it's the cars, Nico, they're just really tough and unforgiving. So I think if you couple that with and in some of the cases the cars aren't just that competitive, so it's kind of a tough sell in that combo. Yeah, it's pretty hardcore driving, but mostly enjoyable. Yeah, I do prefer something with a roof myself, but it has been, I've kind of enjoyed the challenge. I guess what's really kind of worn me down is just being slower mostly everywhere, except for Pescara. This car's been pretty much slow, almost the slowest car everywhere. So that's been a bit of a drag for me. But the challenge of actually setting it up and so on's been really interesting. So well, I mean that's why I chose the Bristol, mate, because that's why I love the Bristol so much because it's the only fucking car with a roof. Yeah, I don't like getting my hair messed up. Not that I have any on top of my head anyway. So that's why I don't like the cars with open roofs. Excuse me. Yeah, no, I'm really hope the group can. Yeah, I know, mate. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what the modding group comes up with and hopefully learning a few things. Yeah, that should be interesting. I'm looking forward to keeping an eye on everyone's progress there. Um, I hope we get double figures here. I'd explain it away law-wise by there being plain issues with getting the cars from Europe to North America, plus some teams not wanting to pay for the trip or something like that. Yeah, I think I'll be taking something in a top class if they're all a little more forgiving to drive, like the C type was. I'll mind testing myself in the outright class of whatever we. No, thanks. I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid. And I need a car with good brakes. Yeah, no Cunningham either. Nice Ferrari or a Jaguar, I think, be the go. What else is there in that class? I forget now. Outright class. Nah, mate, no Lagonda. Unless I'll give it a try. I mean, I think I'm reasonably good at moving heavy cars around the track, but yeah, that's the one I was thinking. Lancia, Jag or Ferrari, I think. or the Talbot, which Nicholas ran so well last year. Yeah, indeed. Slowly coming back to me. It feels like honestly feels like years since we ran those cars, but it's literally been a year. Is that in the outright class, Nico? The supercharged? That's the one that, is that the one Prince Beera drove? Yeah, I remember that from game now. Is that a coupe? Anyway, it's all shit to work out next year. My brain is mush right now. After this, I've got to start practicing in earnest for the 8 hours of Bahrain. Yeah, okay. I'll definitely give it a try. I do vaguely remember that car not being very competitive in the original iteration of the mod, i.e. the one that we ran in HRSC. But like you say, we're reworking them, so yeah. Yeah, okay, that's the confusion. That's the confusion I had in my head, I think, because yeah, okay. And they ran the white with the blue stripe, what I recall. Well, I hope people turn up. What Matt's up to. So we have it's about 10 or 12 people that. So Bert's, get Bert. Maddie's not racing. Austin, come on, Austin. David's cancelled. It's good to see Matt pop up. We might get to 10. It's crossed. So yeah, like maybe taking a tyres. It's a second a lap penalty, roughly. So might actually, it's just on the cusp of being worthwhile here. Yeah, he did. He did send in an absence, but then, no, that's not good to him. Yeah, I've had issues with the game since I had to rebuild with Windows 11 too, so I hope it hangs together for Mick. He's bloody fast in that Honda. Oh no. Yeah, I think I'm going to maybe run a tyre stop if really uncompetitive. Although it's not really. I'll feel bad for doing it. So, so have you got an archery competition this weekend, Miff? I recall you having something on. I got to go and get in and try that new 2000s GT pack Actually, I need to reinstall. I haven't installed AMS2 since I had the PC rebuilt, so I hope he does. I hope Austin runs. Yeah, I saw Jake did a video on those, the ALMS mod, or I don't know what it's called. Ah, okay. Shooting some pumpkins off the top of people's head. Cosplaying your William Tell. Is it William Tell? I think so. See the guy that shot the apple off someone's head? I may be getting my mythology mixed up. And the fact that I'm driving, my brain's not the best at the best of times, but yeah, that's the one myth. Yeah, I must get in and try them. I think over the Christmas break I need to revive my little DTM cosplay as well. In AMS2, the 1991 DTM mod. Or skin pack, I should say. Yeah, tell him to turn his visible cars down, turn replay recording off. He also may want to look at what is up and down. Yeah, I can, mate. In-game, or I'll share it with you in-game. I knew you'd know, Miff. Thank you. Yeah, turn the post effects off. Everything down. What have I got? Oh, it doesn't show it when game. So Nico, that's I don't know why you want my setup, but thanks, Miff. We'll get the history right in the end. If it is it history or mythology? I'm going to read about this after the race. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Have a look right now. Was William Tell a real person? I think he was. Folk hero. Okay. It was a myth. I was right. Yeah, the replay recording, and there are some graphics. Turning the graphics down helps a lot too. Like other car detail and so on. So it is a myth. That's unfortunate. I was hoping he'd be a real person. But I hope you got that set up, Nico, anyway. Nico, you may want to just tell the broadcasters that there was like a strike at the European ports. Where was the last round? Fuck, I can't even... Where did we run last time round? Monza. Tell the broadcasters to make up a story about there being a strike at the Italian ports. So half the cars didn't actually make it to Canada or North America on time for the race. Throw a bit of lore in there. Say, Nico, it's pretty, if you're planning to run my setup on your car, that's pretty optimistic, mate. Okay. Well, you know, history, yeah, history can be whatever you want it to be in many cases. There he is. Good on you, Austin. So if Matt turns up, we'll get 8. Matt and Bert will get 9. Exactly, yeah. Oh, I'm just thinking, like, just even with history though, like the version of history, of Australian history I got taught at high school about how the country was formed was pretty left out a lot. Left out a lot about the Captain Cook and his merry band of genocidal maniacs. I shouldn't laugh, but that's what I've learned over the years, is that history's written by the winners for a start. So yeah, I'm probably going to go out tonight. I mean, Halloween was last night, but exactly. But tonight, it's a big night in Toronto because the Blue Jays can win the World Series tonight, and if they win tonight, then the city downtown will just be jammed with people everywhere celebrating. So I'll definitely be going out if that happens. I might go out besides anyway, but yeah, I hope you come up with a good costume. The lady at the supermarket yesterday morning had full leather armour on, breastplates, full medieval. It's very impressive. So maybe you can do something like that. Okay. Well, you can, nothing's stopping you from making it a Halloween weekend, I guess, rather than doing it exactly on the 31st. Yeah, I was shocked because we don't really do Halloween in Australia. So I was quite surprised when I came here and how big it is. Like, it's basically one big street party wherever you go. turns up. Be silly for a Brabham not to turn up at this track. Always fuck that corner up. Nico driving the BRM around right now. You're doing that with the aim of giving me a better setup, then it's much appreciated. But, won't be changing at this late stage, I don't think. It's this, got it feeling about as good as it can feel for high fuel right now. Main thing you can, it's okay, I'll give that a try, mate. Thank you. Give it a try. Thanks, mate. Where go here? What did you change? Oh, hang on. I'll have a look. Thank you. Wow, there's a blast from the past. Hope you're doing well, Izzy, if you're out there. Oh, I've maxed the fuel for stability because it's just such a cunt to drive on low fuel. So, that can come. Yeah, I wish. Okay, so yeah. Like I can take 200 litres if I want, but it's just such a cunt to drive on low fuel. So, oh wow, okay. Okay. So it's just a gearing change, eh? Give it a try. That's not a very nice thing to say about my setup, mate. I worked very hard on that. Just call it cunty like that is... I appreciate it though, mate. Thank you. I know. I don't mind being a cunt. Can actually be a good thing in Australia. I do like how it feels out of the slower corners. Yeah, yep. That's a bit of a compromise for low fuel too, so. Yeah, I do, I might take your... Yeah, it stops the lurching behaviour a bit, yeah, I know that, so... I don't quite like the way this turns in. It's a bit, okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a huge difference in my roll bar stiffness. Yeah, I'm kind of so used to my philosophy that so I might best at this late stage would take problem with having such a tall first gear like that is it's fucking absolutely impossible to get off the line to. So yeah. Just leave that. So, let's try this quick. Thanks, mate. Yeah, no, it's, yeah, I just like to have a bit of time to get used to things. So I really do appreciate the feedback though, because I know fuck all about setting up a race car. A lot of my stuff I do is just parrot like from listening to or reading. Yeah, no, you're right. You're referring to the start there. I think that's fair enough. Yeah. But so I need to work on my starts full stop with clutch cars. It's much better out of the slower corners drivability wise. So yeah, I might give it a click of rear anti-roll bar. But mate, yeah, appreciate the you working something out for me. It's a bit wild there. it's a little, where did the other Mick and who else dropped out? Just Mick. I like this gearing, Nico. So you've opened my eyes a bit there, mate, so thanks. Click of 26.7 on a full tank. Yeah, I like that. It's a little bit much more drivable out of the lower corners. So if I where are we? Eight. Come on, Matt. I hope Matt will turn up in quali. First, Darren, first. Come on. Patience, Darren. Bye-bye, Austin. Go, son, go. Look, easy, Darren. I love you, Martin, but I'm not letting you take me around the outside. Now you can, oh, come on, I was having, oh, okay, that's session over, I guess. We're heading into quali. Yeah. 30 minutes, that's good. So to take it down to It's optimum fuel level, which is not low fuel. It's about a third of a tank. I like gearing, so stick with that. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back with Reese. Okay, well, driver is a bit lighter now at least. Oh. All right, let's see what we can do here. Let's go. Thanks, Nicholas. Slow. Let's pull. Take a little fuel. Thing. Back row no matter what here. Nice to be faster than race. Wow, Reese, that's not going to beat that. Well done, mate. Glad. This isn't quite working out for me. So okay. Second slower than everyone here. It's a bit embarrassing. Guessing that was directed at me, which is fair enough because I forgot about that. But Jesus Christ, I'm last anyway, so. So reminding me though, I assume that's might be Steph, so sorry mate, I forgot. I'm likely to be slower steer anyway, so regardless of what I do, so yeah. Fuck. Oh, dickhead. I mean, okay, like if you want to disqualify me, fair enough. Well, there you go. You want to delete my lap times, then fucking go for it. That is fuck all. Yeah, I forgot about that, Steph, so apologies, but yeah, that matters little. I was going to be at the back anyway, matching that time Reese did. I think my best is a 24.4, so good on you, mate. You're a lot faster than me in this get up. Oh well, should be a good battle at the front at least. Might park it halfway through and watch actually, because it'll be more entertaining than dragging this thing around at the back. Anyway. Shame we're sure. About the channel. Yeah, they're not a lot of, well, the BRM isn't a lot of fun, mate, so excuse my being down, sounding down on it all. I am a little tired of being completely uncompetitive against better drivers in better cars, so it's kind of hard to stay motivated. Why? I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I've had a lot of issues with Factor 2 since I had to rebuild my PC and upgrade, and I'm doing air quotes as I say that, upgrade to Windows 11. Ever since I did that, R Factor 2 takes a whole lot longer to open, and yeah, I had all those connection issues and the game crash, the last race. So I'm hoping that doesn't continue. Maybe it's cast the briefing here because OBS doesn't seem to up the channel. It's anyone still times in? Well done, Nico. Nice lap. The more and more I was reading last night, I was watching a video on YouTube, and it was a really good video on the TPM. I forget it, it's basically the spyware that Windows have basically embedded into. It's called something TPM 2.0 or something. He was just saying like it's you know, they're basically turning the Windows OS into a data gathering platform rather than an operating system. So yeah, I'm going to investigate Linux at some stage. Oh, hello. It's, hi, Austin. Yeah, guaranteed a point if I can finish. Really? You haven't scored points yet? Discord, why will you not pick up this fucking voice channel, OBS? It's the channel I'm in. Hello, Martin. Oh well, looks like my thousands of viewers aren't going to be able to hear the briefing. Shame. No, I'm just, I can't get OBS to pick up this channel. Let's do that. Hello. I can't even do that. I've got to go back to OBS school, I think. Yep. Ah, don't worry about it. Sure, the fans can do without hearing Nico for once. Well, it's the only thing I can do well today, so yeah, you're stuck with it, mate. Got to get my jollies when I'm driving around at the back of the field. I've got to get my jollies somehow. Hi, Doc. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, absolutely schooling these losers, aren't we? Thank you for everyone for turning up, by the way. You're all legends, and yeah, it's the real committed ones that are here now. So yeah, we should make this a double point round, I think.
And 8 cars on the grid. And I know that a couple of guys here will also be missing for next round as well. So
we do the vote after the race.
Yeah, I'd say after the race, but you know, either way,
Yeah,
like the only ones really eligible, I'd say, to vote are the guys that one are either here today, or two announced that they are not going to be driving today without like signing off for the full season, you know, because well, frankly, you know, the guys that basically just didn't turn up without saying anything. That's 5 people today.
What's the is the championship still up for grabs, isn't it?
For
Formula A?
Yeah.
Okay, so
that's either Niklas or Bert, because Jenny and Casper are not here. Devin isn't here, and
Oh.
Martin and I'd say we are. The train has kind of left the station for us.
Same,
Yeah,
but I'd defer the decision to Bert and Nicholas, whatever they want to do.
Yeah,
and they should probably know in advance of this race, right?
Yeah.
Knowing if they have to take each other out or not.
I think we should see how many people will actually turn out for the final round.
Entered the chat.
Yeah, the main problem is we don't know how many people will turn up for the final round, you know, and
I think
considering
Jörny said he would turn up for the final round.
Yeah,
he said so on his notification.
I would say we put it up for a vote afterwards, and people who vote but don't show up, they will get a penalty for the next series that we do in car choice. And that's what I would do, because if you vote and you don't show up, if you vote yes, you are first of all not eligible to vote, in my opinion, and two, you screw things up for other people who have a valid vote. But let's do that after the race, I
Yeah,
would say.
I think we should get on with the briefing and stuff,
Yeah,
given we've
indeed.
got a broadcast schedule to meet. So
Yeah, I mean, we've got, a couple of minutes with that stuff, so I'm quickly going to check as well with the guys when they are ready and if they're doing the intro yet already. Oh, well, I'm going to check it on the stream because that's easier. But first of all, welcome to round 9, Formula A.
Doc, I'd love
Thank you very much,
sorry,
everyone.
Nico.
Yeah.
Nico, can I just say, yeah, I've had to come out of sim just because I got to turn Discord off after the briefing. So just as long as you know, that's all right.
Yeah, that's all good. Don't worry.
Yeah, cool.
I mean, alternatively, I can just disconnect you so you don't have to like leave and rejoin.
Yeah, either or.
Yeah, just stay in the game. Like that keeps it more stable, I think. Also, for your stability issues, if you haven't done it yet, I turn off replays as well.
Yeah, I've done all that. I've gone to pretty much minimum across the board. It seems to be running fine.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah, cool.
Then, yeah, again, welcome to the briefing for the Canadian Grand Prix at Mosport International Raceway, as I'm pretty sure it was called back in the day. I found like 5 different names. Schedule, we're already in it. Probably going to be a bit longer than 2 hours, unless we're all really quick today. Then starting procedure will be a standing start as usual. Lapping will be the Grand Prix blue flag rules. So, if you're getting lapped, please let the car or cars that are lapping you by without, any big holding them up. Track limits will be enforced by the in-game system. Should a car go off and get an advantage and stuff, drivers that were disadvantaged have the action and the right to protest that incident. I don't think we really have any like advantageous area here on track, because every time when you go wide, you lose a lot of time, and only really the tarmac runoffs basically help you not hit the wall at these speeds, because they help you slow down a bit better. Pit lane doesn't have a speed limit. Drivers are still required to safely enter and exit the pit lane and their pit box. Carrying on with a broken car. Should a driver's car have severe damage to its bodywork and suspension, they are allowed to attempt to get back to the pits and repair the car. I mean, you guys know this rule. If at least one wheel of the car has been ripped off as a result from collision or any other form of incident, the driver must return to garage immediately and retire. Reserve car rule, I don't think that's too important at this stage anymore. Like, we don't have cars affected for this round by it. And I'm hoping that we won't have any issues with that for the next round as well. Disconnect just in case it happens. You are allowed to reconnect, obviously, but the car will be in the state of it being as it was when you lost connection. Orange zone I will keep completely open again here. Only lap 1 will be an orange zone, so don't go P1 by T1 if you're starting in row 5. Well, row 4 here in this case.
Yeah.
Even though the BRM is mighty, but I know
I'll
that.
start
I know
on row
that
5 if you want. Doesn't make much
He
difference.
He volunteers as a tribute, but yeah. Either way, I honestly like all the guys on the grid here. I trust all of you to race properly and all that stuff, so I don't think there will be a big issue here. If you still feel racy tomorrow, we're going to have the final round of Formula B at Napoli. I know Formula B is not as interesting as Formula A, and Formula A drivers will not be eligible to score championship points, just so we don't take away from the Formula B guys in case some of us arrive in front of them. However, it is still an insanely fun car track combo, and got a complete overhaul and a nice new paddock by Mr. Italo Tracks himself, who also made Pescara. So if you guys are feeling racy tomorrow and want to run a few laps with the guys, it should be around 1.5 hours in race length, 50 laps around the 2-minute lap. And if you guys are down, I would be happy to see you there as well. If not, well, then enjoy your weekend after this, hopefully. Are there any questions?
I have a question from my Twitch chat, actually, Nico. How much of the race do you need to complete to score points? Is there a minimum distance?
75%.
75%. Okay, thank you. If everyone crashes and you take P1, basically you have to complete 75% of the race distance, correct?
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Planning something there,
No,
Reese.
no plan. No plan. That's literally what was asked.
It doesn't matter if I get 10, 30-second penalties if no one else finished.
Correct.
Loads
Don't worry.
shotguns.
I'll stay out of everybody's way.
It's all good. I trust everyone.
Do we have time to go to the bathroom and so on?
Yes, we do.
Okay, good.
I'd say we go for until 15 minutes is left in the session, so 6 more minutes, and then we'd switch over.
Okay. Good luck, everyone. Have fun.
Yeah, good luck, guys.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah,
Good luck, everybody. May we all reach the check-in.
Indeed. Okay, so I am. Everything's quiet in R Factor 2. I'm gonna just duck off for a quick bathroom break, and yeah, I'll be back shortly. Okay, well, hopefully my bowels and bladder behave themselves. It's a couple of hours or so. Nico, I really appreciate the setup in. It's slow to get used to things, so I tend to that time get used to setup changes. Not a good time to be going to Austin. Okay, so audio's working. Well, that's fair enough, Doc. He's doing your colours a lot of justice. He's bloody quick, is Mick. And normally I'd be whining about someone parachuting in and doing so well, but it's good to see him join us. I believe he's heavily tied up in historics in iRacing, so it's good to have someone cross over from that sim. That was a good start, Austin. I hope that Mick actually gets his pole position back. Well, you know, the Tifosi, they're a pretty rabid bunch, aren't they? They managed to drag my car off the road too. They don't like British drivers or British cars, by the sound of it. Let's make sure that everything's operating here. So very much be a cruise around and make it to the finish today for me. And hopefully, I don't know what Bert and Nicholas want to do about the next round, but we'll see whether that happens. Yeah, main objective here is to get through 66 or 67, probably 68 laps, which will be the 75% rule, and then I'll be guaranteed a point. But I don't, unless others crash out. Oh, Mick was in 4th. I thought he was on pole. Interesting. Anyway, good luck, everyone. Yeah, it's a shame what's going on with Matt, but make it. Hey. Yeah. Thanks, Doc. Thanks for popping in, mate. See you as always. Hope all is well, mate. Reese is keen there. No worries, mate. Probably best to watch the broadcast, mate. It'll be a bit boring from my perspective. Main thing for me will be to try and keep up with Reese here. other thing I'm trying to do here is look after the tyres, because that's maybe one of few area where I might have a slight advantage. Likely I've got a little bit more fuel on board than Reese does too. So that might play out with a bit more stability than he has at the end of the race. Indeed, Doc. Well, I'm not doing the target time I had, but 1:26.5, but I think that's a little slow. Hopefully they'll adhere to my cunning plan, Doc, and take each other out. Maybe, Doc, maybe. Oh, Reese! No! Oh! Oh, I hope his car is okay. Here it isn't. Damn. He's got damage, I'd say, unfortunately. That's disappointing. I was looking forward to measuring myself against Reese for the whole race, but go Nico. What? Go Austin too. Good battle by the sound of it. I hope Nicholas and Austin can stick in there and make it a 4-make battle. Good for the broadcast. Easy, boy. I just hope Austin can keep what is a very fickly handling car on the black stuff. If he does that, he'll be right up there. Top 6 are all pretty close, at least. Yeah, Nicholas is a very smart driver, so might be looking after his tyres like I'm trying to, because it could be not necessarily a performance advantage, but in terms of risk management, like reducing the chances of going off later in the race because of tyres. Yep, exactly. A grid of 6 closely matched cars is better than a grid of 60 disparaged, disparately performing cars. Big fields are good for multi-class racing, though, as is happening in LMU. I mean, it'd be good for me if they take each other out, but I sincerely hope that they don't. Yeah, that's a fair point. Don't know. That's a pretty fickle handling car too, so. Yeah, don't know about that. My worry is he pushes a bit too hard in a battle. Oh, that Lotus is a hard car to drive by the look of it, so glad he kept it on the black stuff at least. glad to hear that. Wow, they're really they've cleared out a bit from Nicholas and Mick, haven't they? Yeah, he's him and Martin. I think actually he's better even than Martin at racecraft. That's high praise. But yeah, preserving the tyres here is going to give a yield at the end of the race, or it should do. Oh, it's appropriate for me. Yeah, Nicholas is really driving well right now. I've revised my opinion of his driving way upwards after watching him in this series. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, that was the most impressive of his Gold Star victories for sure, because he had a lot of strong opposition in the same car in Franek and Reese. Well, Mick is quicker than him in this context of track and car combo. Mick's actually the quickest guy out there. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Mick passes Nicholas and pulls away from him eventually. Yeah. Hopefully he's been drinking the Lucozade. Yeah, that's what I meant to say, Doc. Lucas Osade. Perfect for all occasions. Should be a big market in Russia for it, Doc, at least. Aside from Ireland, of course. They love their potato drinks in Russia. Indeed. Been a very long time since I've had a potato beverage, but I do remember them fondly. Yeah, Russia and the former Russian territories. right back. He's pitting? Oh, he did. Oh, he must have had an accident. Probably they're hard to hang on to, the tyres, because the fast way is to slide the car, but the constant sliding of the car is what overheats the tyre, and the more you slide, the more residual heat you have in the tyres, and it just is like a slippery slope. That's why I'm just trying to do metronome laps here. Like high 26s. I'm going to have bugger all left front tyre left by the end of the race, but the other tyres will be good. Or better. I was in the points at the start of the race though, Doc. We have points down to 8th position in this particular championship, so everyone that finishes will get points today. But yeah, I'm equaling my best finish. Highest finishing position right now, so that'd be nice. Sounds like they're having a good battle. Oh yeah, the Beagle would be probably the 3rd or 4th fastest car around here. See Bird in my mirror now. Where's Nico? He's dropped off a little bit. Off you go, mate. Luck catching him. Can't lean on the left front like this, Darren. Like that. Wish I had adjustable brake balance. I think I've set it too far back. Don't know about talent, but get me up the straight, Martin. Off you go, mate. I had a horn and headlights. Oh, hey, Scoop. Yeah. Yep, Martin and Reese both met with the wall at Reese on the exit of turn 1. Easy, Darren. And I don't know where Martin crashed, but they've both had very lengthy pit stops. Obviously, because they're laps behind me, so. Okay. They're having a go at each other, are they? They must be, because they're not catching me that quickly. So I'm guessing they're cutting each other up quite often. What do you mean? I'm on the broadcast? They shouldn't be wasting their time there, let me tell you. Rewarding my consistency, I hope. Well, that's the aim. Keep doing mid to late 26s and looking after the tyres. You can tell them that in the comments if you like. Oh, I don't know, mate. I think a lot of people have had similar thoughts to you, mate. Very fickle, difficult cars to drive, so if you're not competitive or not having fun, then go do something else. I've felt a bit that way myself in recent weeks, but I do love Mosport so. I wonder if Nicholas and... Exactly. Well, that's what I told Nico to go in and tell the broadcasters, is to tell them about the law where there was a strike on the docks in Italy or something, which stopped most of the cars or half the cars getting here on time. I assume the cars would be on a ship in 67, I don't know. Were they air transporting cars by then? I guess they probably were. Spun, yeah, I saw their little HUD numbers slow down a bit. I hope Mick didn't have anything to do with him spinning. You did, you put the kiss of death on him. famous Luco Sade potato drink kiss of death. Yeah, I'm hoping to win the consistency award today, relative to your own fastest lap of the race, which is always my go-to when I lack the speed to do well in any other category. Exactly, yeah. Oh, I'm in 5th. Oh, Nicholas. Getting repairs. Darren. truck's running pretty slowly right now. Give my regards, mate, to the team boss. I hope she's doing well. You should be bringing her food though, mate. Hello. Happy Halloween for yesterday. I don't know if that's big in England or not, but bloody big here. Sorry, England, Ireland, the UK, Great Britain, whatever you want to call it. Watch the bumps on this straight now. What, Halloween or what to call that agglomerate of countries near where you live. I know Miff said she was going to do a Halloween costume for tonight, so I assume there's some people at least who celebrate it, but to me it's been a very North American thing. They don't have the UN flag, they should have the UN flag. I hope Mick's car's alright. I don't know what happened to him then. That's good. What game do you remember? Maybe. I don't know if I don't think he's pitting, so, oh yeah, he is. That'd make sense. I must get that game. I want to try these some of these European mountain roads. My favourite part of ATS is going through the Rocky Mountains and those areas. No, Mick. Yep. Must have had too much damage to fix. Or just decided it wasn't worth the effort. I don't know. He's been having connection issues, so I hope it wasn't that. Really? Okay. I didn't think that was possible in the United Kingdom. I refuse to believe that. One time I went there, it was miserable the whole time and freezing. All there was on television was snooker or darts or Coronation Street. Does that mean EastEnders is a doco as well? Because they used to play both of those on our national broadcaster when I was a kid. I actually got into EastEnders for a while with Angie and Den in the pub. It was that era, whatever era that was. The early 80s, I guess. Oops, easy, Darren. Would have been early 80s, yeah, early mid-80s. Showing my age now, aren't I? Yeah, Dirty Dan. That's what all the papers called him, didn't they? Angie, yep. I had a massive crush on her. Don't know why. Just a horny teenager, I guess. Yeah, but I was pretty cut up about the way Dirty Dan treated her. Fast lap. go by on the straight, mate. Trying to push here a little bit, see if I can induce Austin to make a mistake. Whether he's fussed about lapping me or not. Easy, Darren. Haven't seen it. Here we go. Stick with him here. See if I can get him to perceive some pressure. Thanks for giving me some room there, Austin. I needed it. Car's getting loose now, so have to really concentrate. Now. Trying to grab a drink here. It's proving very difficult. Someone go into Austin's stream, if he's streaming, and suggest that if he had any respect for his elders, pull over and let the old guy take a podium here. Tyres are they're junk now. Yeah, it's only a minute and a half. How disrespectful. He deserves it. He deserves that podium for not only being loyal, but yeah, he has had some bad luck, so yeah, he's good driving here. He should be rewarded with a finish. He hasn't made a mistake from what I gather. Nico. Almost lost it myself there. That was my late charge right there, saving it from sliding off the track there on the left-hander. It's time to put the cue in the rack, folks. Dutch. He's Dutch, mate. Just reminded he offered to give me a little insight into how he uses his Motec logging, so I must get back to him on that. Because, yeah, that would be very helpful for the future. He'd probably be highly insulted by you calling him German. If the Germany-Netherlands rivalry is as toxic as the one they have in soccer. Or used to have, I don't know. Boy, come on. Okay, good. That's good to hear. Oh, easy, Darren. Thanks for that clarification, Scoob. I suspected that was the case, but I remember when I was a young bloke, I was a huge soccer fan, and was watching the 1990 World Cup, I think, which was in Italy, and I remember a very fractious game between Holland and Germany. I think someone spat on one of the Germans after they got sent off or something. There was a bit of spitting going on. But yeah, I don't really follow soccer much these days, so it's kind of been ruined by money for mine. Like a lot of things, a lot of sports. Not ruined, but made different. It's a better way of describing it. Third greatest Netherlands driver behind who? Jos and Max Verstappen? I mean, I'd put Max up there, but I reckon there's better Dutch drivers than Jos Verstappen going around. Just trying to think. Yeah, that's, well, soccer hooliganism was at its kind of peak around that time, mid to late 80s. Oh, I forgot about Martin, Mr. Jaspers, of course. Maybe not in the top 3 of Netherlands drivers, but definitely in the top 3 of nicest guys from the Netherlands, full stop. Yeah, forgot about Danny. He's frighteningly quick. I'm sure Bert will be very content with that when I relay this to him, when we do finally get to chat. Where does Scooby sit on the list, Doc? Or are you not counting them as Dutch? Trying to get you in trouble here, mate. Oh, she's loose now. You like what they do in the tennis, Scoob, when someone gets injured, they just remove them from the rankings and place them back in when they're back from injury at a similar position to what they were before they got injured. Oh, okay. Sorry, Doc. It is a little bit hard to concentrate on the chat here whilst trying to hang on to this thing because it's starting to try and kill me multiple times a lap now. I think the front left's what we'd call in Australia rooted. I don't think I've ever got one of my tyres in R Factor 2 to actually get down to a level of wear where it says red on the HUD, like the actual wear part of that HUD. Well, you know how smooth as silk I am as a driver, Scoop, relative to most other people, so I'm going to claim that's down to my silky smooth driving. Which doesn't feel silky smooth at all right now. Trying to let go on these humps here, like that. Oh, Nicholas. Okay, well, is that it? I'll take it. Pretty happy with that drive. Very measured and consistent. I'm looking forward to jumping into R2LA and checking out whether I won the consistency award or not. But yeah, it's about as good as I can do in this car. Well done, mate. Good stuff, Nico. I think that's Nico, it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't put it in reverse, Darren. Thanks, Scoop. Yeah. Yeah, that was actually, yeah, a lot better than I thought it'd be, and yeah, very happy with my consistency and car control in the latter stages there, because it really did want to try and kill me in the last 10 to 15 laps. So how much fuel have I got left? 40 litres. Okay, so I could have run a very 190 litres or something. But I think filling it up was the best idea for stability's sake. That's my one donut. Shame the horn doesn't work. Well done, Austin. Well done, mate. Well-deserved podium. Okay, yeah. I'm not watching it. I'm listening to it on the radio, so to speak. I actually watched it for a while on Twitch last night until that one got taken down, and I found someone who was streaming the radio. I really like listening to baseball on the radio. That's a hangover from listening to cricket on the radio. Most of my youth, most of my summers were spent with the radio up to my ear, the cricket. So I do like that aspect of baseball. But yeah, I have a feeling they might get beaten tonight because the Dodgers are a very, very good team. And they'll have the Japanese guy, Otani, pitching. So they really, yeah, they had a big chance to win it last night, but blew it with that final. They had guys on second and third base and one out, and the guy hit it into a double play, unfortunately. But yeah, I'll have a listen, and if we do win, yeah, I'll definitely be heading out into the streets because I remember. Well, I remember when the Raptors won the NBA in 2019. It was crazy everywhere downtown. Like the streets outside my place, which is right downtown, it was just gridlock with cars, but the cars weren't moving. It's just full of people partying, people standing on the roofs of their cars. It was unbelievable. So, and I think the Jays are actually a little bit more widely supported. So, and it's been 30 odd years since they won the World Series. So, yeah, it'll be absolutely crazy if that happens. But yeah, I don't want to jinx it. 5-8, yeah, okay. But 6s, 27s, 26s. That was a good drive, a good measured drive. But anyway, yeah, that was, yeah, I'm glad I rocked up in the end. So yeah, I'm not sure whether we're going to do the final round. The championship might have been decided already. I don't know if we'll run it Riverside or not. I can't. I really don't like that track, so I might be focusing mainly on the two big endurance events which are coming up in LMU, which is the thanks Scoob. Yeah, thanks for popping in, mate. Yeah, the Bahrain 8 hours. 8 hours of Bahrain is in a couple of weeks, so Austin and I are going to attack that in the Valkyrie. Yeah, thanks, Doc. You too, mate. Thanks for popping in, mate. Always love to see you in the chat. And then we've got a 24 hours of Le Mans in late November, which I think we might be doing in an LMP2 car. So really looking forward to that. But yeah, thanks for your support. Means a lot to me as always. And relieves the boredom of driving around at the back. So yeah, thanks again. Thanks, Doc. Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to sign off. And yeah, I hope you guys have a great weekend. And I'll catch you during the next